capable of. He told me some times that he was shooting for, and he has yet to see them. But right now he's sitting with a 5.061 average. I have not seen him roll through the gate yet. I believe he is mending some wounds. Right behind him, Gary Bell in the Chevelle. Gary is nipping at the heels on Argus from third place. He's got a 5.062, so trailing by literally 1 thou. So if he can pick it up, he can close the distance on Sanders, but if Sanders puts together a pass, he might be able to put a whole bunch of space and take over the number 1 spot. He's not out yet. But sitting number 2 overall, not in the same class, over in Limited, Kyle Beaumont in the blue F-body 4.901 average. Right behind him, Stephen Price in the Chevelle with a 4.989. Those two are battling it out. Look for both of those cars to continue to improve. Both of them are getting faster throughout the week so far. Test, 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 test. Okay. Gotcha, sorry. Just making sure I didn't just run my mouth all that time for no reason. So Stephen Price right behind Kyle Beaumont. I think I'm butchering Kyle's name. I apologize. Beaumont. We'll just call him Kyle B. I like that. Kyle B. leading Limited, sitting second overall. And Stephen Price again right behind him, also all in striking distance for the overall win here. Justin Treadle right behind him in the Fox body, sitting with a 5.205. And Jeffrey Hillard, 5.26 with a 3 behind him. So the Limited class is anybody's game still. And then in tailgate, third overall. But number 1 in tailgate, and number 1 in our hearts, really. Adam Hodson with a Gap Train S10. He's got a 5.087 average. And then in tailgate, it says here on the standings that he is out. However, he turned in a time slip yesterday. Brandon Quinn, 5.37 with a 5 was his average. But I believe he fragged the transmission in that vehicle, and that's why he is out. So that would put Jeff Hughes up in 5.604. So Adam Hodson sitting large and in charge on top of the tailgate class. Scott Thompson, unfortunately, he turned in a time slip that's a 7 yesterday. Talking to him, he's having a little bit of problems controlling the boost in that thing. It's just angry and pissed off, and he can't take enough power out of it to make it put together a pass that he would like to turn in. So he's going to put it in cruise control and help out where he can. And Adam Hodson, if he continues his pace, will have the tailgate class wrapped up in a nice, neat little package and could potentially take the overall. And then the class that's turning into quickly one of the favorites here, Tiny Tire, our 235, 8.5-inch tire category. We have 9 cars that are in the 5s for an average, and not just in the 5s, 9 cars that are 550 or quicker. One of them, Jim Treadle in the Firebird, is sitting on a 5.089 average. And then right behind him, Aaron Shaden in Taco Time, the Fairmont, with a 5.17, and Anthony Harville with a 5.204. So those 3 are duking it out on the littlest tire that you can put on a car. I think next year what we should do is we should come in Tiny Tire and really turn everybody on their heads. You know how like sometimes in circle track racing they invert the field for qualifying? We really mess them up. We make them take the front tires and put them on the back and then try to get down the track. That's my vote. I think that's the new class. We'll call it, I don't know, we'll have to come up with another name. And then rounding out, looking over here at stick shift, CJ Roberts had a pair of 5-team passes turned in, 5-17 with a 4, sitting number 1. And again, that's a bottom 5-second ride, which is in contention to be, if you look at the sheet for the overall, if anybody cares about the overall, which I kind of do, it's just awesome to see such a tight competition between vehicles that are so drastically different between all of them. So Rob Warwick in the F-body had some problems yesterday. I believe head gaskets on the Barra Camara. But Rob sitting second place in stick shift with a 5.39 with a 2. That car was bouncing and doing the pogo stick down the track yesterday. I'm surprised it still had an oil pan in it by the end of the day. But what it didn't have, I believe, if I remember, memory serves, I think it was head gaskets is what they were putting in that thing. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to go hot here momentarily. A couple last-minute things before I hear a whole bunch of cars firing up to get up here in the lanes. If you are unfamiliar with the Carolina Dragway here, turnout is on the left-hand side of the top end of the track as you go up the hill. Turnout, once again, on the left-hand side. You can see the ambulance making its way down there to the top end. That is your return road, ET Shack. It's passing by right now. When you come up here to the starting line, you're going to be like, I can't see the starting line. Our water box is slightly below it. You're going to do a burnout uphill. Really helps amplify the smoke. And the first vehicles that I want to see doing burnouts are going to be Tiny Tire. I need you in lane 5. Tiny Tire lane 5. Tailgate lane 6. Lanes 5 and 6. Tiny Tire in tailgate. Bring them in. If you're going to do a rerun during your call, if you're coming back around, you get back in lane 7 or 8. So 5 and 6. That is Tiny Tire tailgate. This is the only cars I want in lanes are Tiny Tire in tailgate only. This is your opportunity. Lanes 5 and 6. Attention to the pits. If you want to hear my beautiful voice on your FM dial, 90.1, 90.1 is the radio station for the track. And Jim Treadle, sitting number 1 in Tiny Tire, sitting in first place. And he's going to be the first car in the lanes Attention to the pits. I got a racer in need of a part. I need just a normal toggle switch, an on-off toggle switch. If you got a toggle switch, bring it to the HCR tent, please. I am baffled how a man who wires cars for a living can have a trailer that doesn't have a toggle switch in it, but here we are. So somebody bring a toggle switch to the trailer, because Devin doesn't have any to give this racer. Once again, tiny tire to lanes. Tiny tire. EG in the lanes. And tailgate. They're starting to fill up. I'm looking at Jim Treadle, your number one in tiny tire in the Firebird. It's going to be first down the track against Tyree Smith with that big K10 square body. That thing gets all sorts of squirrely. It'll take off about 100 feet out down the track. Probably one of the biggest sleepers here. Right behind him, I got Donnie Kelly, our tiny tire contender. Tom Moran down in the Dakota. Looks like the back window is still intact. Happy to see that. Looking down there, I see Ryan Fowler in the purple S10, sitting there next to Travis Martin, tiny tire contender. Travis is having a little bit of a tough go at it. I think he said when he gets home, the words I heard was he's going to set the tires on fire. Racers, when you are looking down track, this track is, yes, it is a quarter-mile track. We're running 8th-mile format today. I saw some people asking about quarter-mile slips. We're going to keep it on 8th-mile format. Number one, it hurts my brain to try to stare at a quarter-mile time and then ignore it. Number two, we have a live feed, and we want to keep it on the same format so it makes sense for everybody. And number three, it just makes it 10 times easier to sort the data when we're going through these time slips at the end of the day. But your 8th-mile finish line, as you look down track, you'll see 2 orange blocks in the middle, and then on either side, there's a yellow or orange triangle. That is your 8th-mile finish line. The 2 orange blocks are the 8th-mile traps. So if you've never ran here before, please make sure you are familiar with where when you have to clip the throttle on your 8th-mile pass. So if you had the bright ideas of trying to do a quarter-mile Hail Mary to get a new personal best, it's not going to work because your time slip is not going to have a quarter-mile time. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Limited and unlimited. Limited and unlimited. Bring them into lanes 3 and 4. Limited, unlimited, lanes 3 and 4. Once again, limited and unlimited, lanes 3 and 4. As you're coming into the lanes, that will be directly to the left of Tiny Tire and Tailgate that's sitting in there already. So just keep it in the middle, lanes 3 and 4 as you come in. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Carolina Dragway for Day 3, Southeast Street and Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks. We're going to race in action. And kicking it off, coming up on the right-hand side of the racetrack, you're going to have Jim Treadle, your number 1 in Tiny Tire, in that green Firebird, beautiful car. Taking on Tyree Smith, left-hand side, tailgate entry. That big Silverado, big sleeper. Watch for this thing to come alive about 100 feet out. Smith sitting number 9 in tailgate. He turned in a 650 yesterday. Smith's gonna pull out, he's gonna reach down there and click it into 4 high as he watches Jim Treadle back it up. Treadle looking at the ice skating rink-like finish of Carolina Dragway. And if there is a test, a true test of the racing surface, it would be an 8.5-inch tire on a car that's capable of running into the 4s. So pay attention. And not gonna get it. Going to kick the tires off, and he's going to watch the big Chevy on the left-hand side go through 646 at 111 miles an hour. And I think he maybe decided to try the quarter mile, check out his draggy after. But that big old truck, that's a lot of weight to be moving. Coming up next, Donnie Kelly, right-hand side. This is a Tiny Tire entry, taking on the Dakota, the left-hand side of Tom Moran, making sure his helmet is not touching the back glass before he lets go the trans brake. 154 to the short time for the left-hand side, 165 on the little tire. And Moran's going to go 688 at 99 miles an hour, and Donnie Kelly 77 with a 9. Up next, Travis Martin, angry at his little tires on the back of this car. Travis Martin's competed in multitude of drag and drives. I've seen this car on the backside, no prep. Out here with Adam Hodson and the rest of the boys from up in Indiana. Martin, no stranger to fighting for traction on a limited surface, but when you take the tire out from underneath of him, he seems to be on a little bit of a struggle. He's looking for something much better than his 5.3 average that he has right now. Fowler in the right-hand side of the racetrack with the S10. Fowler sitting number 5 in tailgate. Got it into the 5s yesterday. He's sitting at a 6.0 average. He would like to see if he can hit a 5-second average, I'm sure. Martin does not even move an inch and knocks the tires completely off of it, and he's going to watch Fowler walk away and try to run around him. Not going to get there. Fowler goes another 598 with a 6 at 116 miles an hour. Martin's going to go back around and try and take another crack at this. Racers, if you're Tiny Tire or tailgate and you want another run, you need to go to lane 7 or 8. Lane 7 or 8. Don't try to get back in the same lane. Lane 7 or 8. That way we know you're back up for a rerun. Jeremy Hoskins on the right-hand side in the GMC S15 goes 604 at 110. Brett Marble, left-hand side in the long bed C10 goes 684. The Goblin up in the right-hand side. Been having a little bit of issues with getting this thing to act right. Got Walter Doyle left side of the track, and the Chevelle, the Fotina. Looking at the paint on the Chevelle makes my arm hurt thinking about all the sanding that was done to it. Looking at the car on the right-hand side makes me want to pick bugs out of my teeth. Doyle in the Chevelle able to get a hold of it. 129 to the 60-foot on a little tire. Goes 5.3 with a 0 at 134. As the Goblin, a brisk jog of 12 flat at 49 miles an hour. Touching the pit, stick shift, lanes 5 and 6. Stick shift, lanes 5 and 6. Stick shift, lanes 5 and 6. Anthony Harville on the right-hand side, our tiny tire entry. He's in the top 3, looking to improve and get back up in the top spot. 5:17 at 135 for Harville, and that is on par with what he put up yesterday. He might want to take another shot at this and see if he can get a little bit better to try and stab Taco Time in the neck. But let's see what Taco Time is in the lanes. See what he can put together. Coming up on the left-hand side, Adam Hodson, your number 1 in tailgate by a lot. Hodson looking at a 5.087 average. He's got plenty of space. Second place, Brandon Quinn, is broken. And I believe he will not be in competition today. Stick shift, lanes 5 and 6. Stick shift, lanes 5 and 6. So with Hodson sitting comfortably in first place, he's also sitting number 3 overall. So he is a top contender, and see if he can go further. Probably looking for a 4 out of this truck. Turbos hanging high in the sky, force performance, boost, shoving it through the LS up front. Moran on the right-hand side is going to watch Hodson go a 5.0 with a 5.046 at 142 for Hodson. That is a squeaking out a little bit of an improvement in here. Maybe he'll come back around and try to punch this thing into 4-second territory. And Moran in the 6s with the Dakota, something you never thought you'd see a Dodge Dakota do. Aaron Shaden, your number 2 in Tiny Tire in the Taco Time Fairmont. Aaron Shaden looking to put something up and chase down Jim Treadle in the Firebird. He slipped a little bit off his pace. He was tied. The first day, Aaron Shaden turned in a 5.126. And Jim Treadle turned in a 5.126. We had a dead tie yesterday, coming into yesterday at Greer. And just as the front end started to top out, it kicked the tires off the backside, and that's not going to get it done for Taco Time. So the taco stand sounds like it's closed, and it's going to be coming back around. Ryan Fowler, right-hand side of the racetrack, back up here for his second crack at it. Fun fact, this truck, had sleepovers at my house. That's a weird way for me to say that I worked on this thing in a previous life. The truck's life, not mine. I'm still here. And so's the truck, and we're glad to see it. Fowler toting the tires a little bit, moving to the right side of the track. Went a 1.40. Oh, 1.4 flat to the 60-foot, but it started to make a little bit of a move to the right-hand side, and he's smartfully, is that the correct word? He made the wise choice and aborted the pass. Let's go with that. Once again, stick shift. Stick shift to the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6. Stick shift lanes 5 and 6. I see the GTO in the lanes that absolutely grenaded the diff yesterday at Greer. Thanks to the good folks at Hawks Motorsports, they got the GTO patched up. Also, the C6 Corvette was sitting high atop the portable car hoist. Attention to the pits, if you need race fuel, the fuel station is open. If you need race fuel, come on down and get it. Do a little bit of touch up here on the track before we get into our limited and unlimited category. These are the heavy hitters. Not that anybody else isn't a heavy hitter, because when you look at the standings, we just watched the top 2 and 3 overall go down the track in our other categories. And we are filling the lanes in quickly. I appreciate everybody. Concession stands are open.
Yeah, because over Uncle Bill's Snack Shack, they got corn dogs, chili dogs, slaw dogs, plain dogs, fresh grilled chili cheeseburgers, plain hamburgers, good old greasy sausage dogs. You got French fries, you got Coca-Cola, you got deep fried Oreos, deep fried honey buns. Can't go wrong with that.
Deep fried honey bun. I gotta get down there. The Henry J. Shake and Bacon rounding the turn. Jim Treadle back in the lanes to take another stab at this. He wasn't happy with that first crack at it. There's about 50-50 on our 235 Tiny Tiger guys getting down the track there. Half of them did, half of them didn't. The top 2, both of them, Treadle and Aaron Shaden, both of them, not seeing what they wanted. They moved about 6 inches and obliterated the rear tire, so they come back up here. A little bit of adjustments, take another crack at it. Attention to the pits. If you need race fuel, you need to go get it. You have a very limited window to get it. If you need race fuel, head over to the fuel shack. They are open right now. Fuel and nitrous racers, if you need your bottles filled. It is not free, so don't get any wise ideas. We're going to get back to racing action momentarily. We're going to go into our limited and unlimited categories. Chris Cavalier sitting down there, our limited entry in the black F body. He's in the front of the lanes. Day one turned in a 5.698. And yesterday, substantial improvement, went a 5.2. Looking at our limited category, your top 15 cars are all in 5-second territory, with the remaining in the low sixes, easily capable of punching in there. A couple of them have put up 5-second passes. Their average places them just outside. Mark Manor in the red Chevelle, sitting in the front. Beautiful car. Drag and Drive veteran. You can see the Sick Week stickers all over this thing. Drag Week, he's been there and done that. Manor currently sitting number 7 in Unlimited. He went a 5.8 with a 1 on the first day. It went 5.2.4 yesterday, so couldn't quite put it together on Shady side. A little bit tricky there. So currently sitting with a 5.50 average. He's looking to punch this thing way, way up the charts. All right, attention to the pits, racers. While I have a moment and it's quiet, your attention. For those of you who are interested in quarter mile, here's what we're going to do. In the all-run session, we can switch this over to timers to quarter, and they'll print quarter mile time slips if you guys want to run it out the back door. But during the class runs, I'm going to keep this on 8th mile because I want to see 8th mile times on the boards for the format, for the live feed, and that's the way it's been all week. So we'll have a compromise here. For those of you who want to party the 1320 all the way out in the back, stick around for the all run, which it's moving smooth. We'll get there pretty quick. We're already calling in our, I don't know, 3rd set of classes here, so we're going to be moving pretty quick through this. So if you're interested in quarter mile times, stick around for the all run and we'll switch the boards. And we're back to racing. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Jim Treadle in the Firebird, tiny tire, #1 overall, back up here for his second attempt. Car did move but a couple inches before it absolutely blistered the tires. And Jeremy Hoskins on the left side in the S15, up here for his second hit. History repeats itself. Lots of fluid coming out from the bottom side of Treadle's car. Treadle needs to please stop. Please. And that's going to put a halt on us right now for a second. Hopefully, this is a quick cleanup. We are assessing the right-hand lane for the fluid that got set down on it. And the track crew telling us we got reports of fluid from the 60 all the way to the quarter on the right-hand side. So we're going to be down for a little bit for a cleanup here.
Good time to go to cassette stand, okay? Take a little while to clean it up, folks, so good time to go to cassette stand.
knew it. I seen it when I drove up. I was hoping it was water. But it ain't. There's the fucking roll line. I can burn it. Huh? I can burn that. No.
There goes the paddle wagon. This will be a long cleanup.
And cleanup continuing here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. And as a reminder, all racers, please be mindful if you smell something, see something weird, you see something, you know that saying goes, if you see something, say something. In this case, if you smell something, pull off the side. But before we go running over there with pitchforks and torches to the treadle pit, from my vantage point up here, what we saw was it looked like fluid was coming out of the trunk. Like it looked like, from my perspective, something similar to like you left the lid off your intercooler or your fuel cell. Can't quite tell what the fluid is up here, a little confusion, but it sounded like it's oil. But there was no smoke coming out of the car. The cabin wasn't filling with smoke on the thing, so I don't think he was aware of the situation. Nobody in their right mind would intentionally ever do this. I'm getting a text right now. It says transmission line. So we're sympathetic to Mr. Treadle. Hopefully he can get it patched up and get back in contention as we're going to keep cleaning up here. We know nobody does this on purpose. It's just this is part of racing. Sometimes it's the way it goes. It's unfortunate, but here we are. Everybody has been doing fantastic. I know this is growing pains sometimes with these drag and drive cars. The drag and drive, I've discussed this before. It's a different breed of racer. You paid the $400 or whatever the entry fee was for that drag and drive. You knew this race was happening for a full month, and yet the car didn't even have oil pressure 12 hours before tech. There's a lot of you here. I see you hanging your head in shame. I've been guilty of it too. And a lot of people working out the new car blues. Day one was a little bit of a rough one. But, you know, day two, as you get your legs underneath you, we get rolling, we get going. But sometimes we trip and fall, and we stumble a little bit. We're going to pick ourselves up, dust it off. Literally dust the track off right now. And we're going to keep marching forward here at Southeast Street Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks. And I'm looking out here, and I see Jim Treadle with Squire Bird in a parade lap through the pits here. I believe he might be making, yep, I see he's going to make full use, take full advantage of the portable car hoist.
Track crew doing a good job of getting better and better and gooder and gooder. Like get all that powder off the track.
As the cleanup continues here, we're going to go over a couple things on the standings one more time. Now we got a few more people in here. I got a crowd with nothing better to do than to listen to me run my mouth, so let's do it. But first, I want to thank Motion Raceworks. Southeast Street Yeet is presented by Motion Raceworks. Motion Raceworks brings you high-performance parts made proudly in the United States. Motion Raceworks family includes TBM brakes, Wright sensors, the newest acquisition, Mark Williams, and Fluidworks. You can find everything under the Motion family over at motionraceworks.com. Thank you for Motion Raceworks for supporting us here at Street Yeet since our inception. So looking at the standings here, again, number one overall is sitting down here in the head of the lanes, sitting high atop the charts, and Unlimited is Chris Benor. I was informed that I was finally saying that right. He taught me how to say it. But the Gray Fox body is sitting at number one in Unlimited with a 4.806 average. It'd be sick if we had a 4.0 car here. 4.806. He's up here to try to see if he can punch this thing further into 4-second territory. Day one put up a 4.16, got a little bit better yesterday at 4.79 with a 6. So look for him to try to improve upon that. And our other tiny tire contender, the Taco Time, it's a whole lot of T's. I'm just going to call it a Fairmont. Aaron Shaden's Fairmont, affectionately called Taco Time, is in the 1-2 battle slugfest in Tiny Tire with Jim Shreddle and the Firebird. The Firebird going on the 2-post lift over here to try and assess the transmission issues, while Shaden's waiting in the starting line to try to take another hit at this racetrack. Nipping it at his heels is Anthony Harville. Behind the Gray Fox body, our overall leader right now is the Fox body, but directly behind the Fox body is the Silver F body belonging to Gary Bardem. Yesterday they had this thing torn apart in the pits over at Greer, putting head gaskets in it. Glad to see them back here. They got the full drag and drive experience. Got a few sets of head gaskets being installed yesterday. Track is improving every time I look at it. We're getting closer and closer to get back to racing action. So drivers, if you are in the lanes, I would stay near your cars. Please stay near your cars. That way when we do go back, we're not trying to chase down or drive around a car that doesn't have a driver. A driverless car has no point. It does not need to exist. Doing a little bit more touch-up here on the right-hand side of the track before we get back to action. This track affectionately known as the House of Hook, and for good reason. And a couple other little fun facts here about Carolina Dragway. The track record here of 627 at 217 miles per hour. The track record of Carolina Dragway was set by none other than Bryant Goldstone. That's right, a drag and drive. He came here in Hot Rod Drag Week in 2023, along with myself in the Black C10 that you see me piloting this week. I did Drag Week with my daughter in 2023 here. So I got a first-hand witness to see Bryant Goldstone set the track record here. That's pretty cool. I also got to witness firsthand Ned Dunphy with that Viper send his intake into low orbit. Originally built in 1957, we have concrete racing surface, asphalt on the end. And I was informed that originally this was a dirt track with a hand-built 60-foot launch pad made of concrete. That way you wouldn't dig a hole to China after you launch your car or truck on the dirt. But originally it was a clay dirt track here. And if you look out over at the entry road, the large barge, the Lincoln Continental is here. He would have been here sooner, but he had to hit all the way stations on the way.
Got the lift, got the Pontiac up on the lift. That's pretty cool to have a lift at the racetrack. We're going to find out where all the oil came from. And that fellow's out of California with that lift. That's pretty cool. Run the rotator out there on it. Put some rubber down on it. So drag tractor going to the house. Got the glue out there ready to go. Rotator going to the house this time.
The glue is coming out. We're going to finish up the final touches here on the racetrack. Big thank you to the track crew for this cleanup effort. I know this is not an easy job, and it's definitely a job that not a lot of people would like to do. We appreciate that. Devin Vanderhoof, please be easy on the merchandise. You're in close proximity to a immaculate C10. I would hate to see that golf cart do any damage. Do you have a license for that? Hey, what do you... Don't? Has anybody seen my keys? Ladies and gentlemen, Devin Vanderhoof is currently rummaging through my vehicle. I believe he's looking for my dirty underwear. It's in the black duffel bag on the floor. If you're wondering why it smells like Bath & Body Works in there, I must remind you that is my daughter's truck. So anything you do to that, just remember you're going to disappoint a little girl. Which wouldn't be the first time that Devin has disappointed a member of the opposite sex. Devin Vanderhoof currently popping the hood, probably confused because this is not equipped with a Holly. This is a stock ECU equipped vehicle. I believe he's sabotaging me at the moment. Probably, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to give him any bright ideas. Great, thank you very much for that, Devin Vanderhoof, giving my vehicle the once-over, and looking forward to staying here at Carolina Dragway longer than I need to. So, looking out through the pits here, is Argus Ferguson on the property yet? Or Argus Sanders, excuse me. Is Argus on the property yet? I don't see him yet.
It's
bring up Argus Sanders because, well, I don't see him. Number one. Number two, he's sitting number 2 in Unlimited. And our number 1 is sitting at the head of the lanes. He'll be getting a crack at this track real soon. But Argus having a little bit of issues. That car is not here. Argus also is one of the people sponsoring us here. Argus put up $500 cash reward for the first competitor to turn in a 000 reaction time. And I couldn't write this. This is not a joke. This is not a punchline. Argus was the first person to put up a 000 reaction time. Went 000 with a 6 on the tree yesterday. Unfortunately, he can't win his own money. So that still remains out there. So if anybody can turn in a time slip with a reaction time, we're not going to punish you like other drag and drives for turning in the, some of the other bigger ones will punish you if your time slip has a reaction time greater than 1 second. The idea being we want to see cars go down the track side by side. Whether or not they're in the same class, people like to see races. And sometimes we get an oddball matchup that turns out to be a good drag race, so that's the idea. But we're not going to attack the extra time on the backside of your elapsed time like the other ones do. However, we want to incentivize you to get a good reaction time. Don't just sit there and sleep on the tree. If you need to, by all means, but try and cut a light. Chop the tree down. And if you chop the tree down, Argus Forestry will hand you $500 cash. Argus Forestry, from tree removal to tree pruning, stump grinding, and forestry mulching to storm damage, Argus and his crew have you covered. Visit argusforestry.com. Thank you to Argus Forestry for sponsoring us here at Southeast Street Yeet. Presented by Motion Raceworks. And coming up, we have our Unlimited and Limited Yeet. Unlimited Yeet brought to you by Davis Technologies, your leader in traction control. Davis Centralist Systems have dominated circle track racing for over 20 years and are dominating at all levels of drag racing as well. For more information, check out moretraction.com. Our Limited Yeet category brought to you by AFIS Injectors with a lifetime warranty, which is insane for any race parts. Excellent idle characteristics. AFIS should be your number 1 choice. Check out hpracebrands.com for more information. And with that, kick the tires, light the fires. We're back to racing, bringing up Mark Manor in the left-hand side of the racetrack with that beautiful Chevelle. And Chris Cavalier, the right-hand side with the limited entry, late model Firebird. LT flavor, not sure what's under the hood. So Mark Banner, left side, went a 5.8 with a 1 on the first day. And yesterday went 5.24, improving on it. So look for him to go low into the 5-second territory if he can put it all together. Cavalier, right side of the racetrack. He's number 11 in class in the limited category. Same story. First day had a little bit of a rough go at it. Second day improved a lot. Low 5, side-by-side pass out of both cars here. Side-by-side off the line. 125 goes short time for the left side. 128, puff of smoke, and a move towards the center from Cavalier. He's going to try to drive around, not going to get there. Mark Manor goes 528 on the left side, 132. 524, whole shot victory for Mr. Manor. And your number 1 overall, Chris Benor in the left side, your unlimited leader. He's going up against Steve Mast in the Buick Roadmaster, the last production vehicle that had a rear-facing seat. And it is no slouch. But it's going to look slow, unfortunately, as he's going to watch if he gets it right. Chris Benor on the left side going to run down into the 5s. Sitting on a 480 average. Turned in a 4.7 with a 9 yesterday. But if the left lane gets a hold of the racetrack, look for this thing to go very, very fast. Quickest car on the property thus far. And to get a hold, he does 120 flat to the short time, and left side goes 481 at 154 miles per hour. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that is a car that has driven about 300 miles thus far on the streets through the backcountry roads of the Carolinas. Buick Roadmaster, right side, 655 at 105. Let's applaud that. That's a fast, fast wagon. Right side, Gary V with the 4th gen F-body, had the heads off this thing, got head gaskets slapped in it at Greer yesterday, and he's fighting the good fight with us. Happy to see him persevere. The guys from Indiana know how to drag and drive with the best of them, and Gary Vardam is no different. Sitting on a 5.6 flat average. He's going on against CJ Cave. CJ's been having issues. Big wheel stand out of CJ Cave, going to set it down just past the 60 foot. And Cave goes 5.30 with a 4 at 129 miles per hour. They've been having a little bit of issues with that car. Looks like they're getting it sorted out. That was Plan B. CJ Cave won last year overall. Unfortunately, wasn't able to bring the white New Edge Mustang back out. So he's been having a little bit of issues. They were talking about having to bleed the cooling system, and the drive's been rough, but it looks like the on-track performance is improving. It's been consistent. Cave's sitting on 3.53s. Not 5.3 LSs, 3, you know what I mean. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Mr. Charlie Dale. Looking for a nice, pretty wheel stand. And Gary V backing off the line, going back to the pits, unfortunately. Just going to bring up Charlie Dale on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And the right side is Kyle Beaumont. Kyle is your number 1 overall contender, your number 1 in limited. He's sitting number 2 overall. He's sitting on a 4.90 with a 1 average. Turned in a 4.87 yesterday. And Charlie Dale on the left-hand side of the racetrack. No stranger to Carolina Dragway, the Hustle Hook. It's home turf for him. So pay attention, big wheel stand on the left-hand side, incoming in 3, 2, 1. To the moon goes Charlie Dale, and he's going to have a front row seat and watch Kyle Beaumont on the right side. Goes 1:15 to the short time to 60 foot, 4.85 for Kyle Beaumont. I believe he's going to be pleased with that. It's going to push him further into first place. He's going to turn that in and head on to Momentum Racing this evening for our party and checkpoint practice tree shootout. Thanks to Momentum Racing for hosting us there. Bill Boulis on the right-hand side in that big blown hot rod. I believe that looks like a 1932 three-window coupe. And he goes up against the SN95 entering the left-hand side. Mustang goes through 553 in the left side. And the big blown hot rod on the right side goes 597 and 112. Bill Carty, left side of the racetrack in the orange Chevy 2. Takes on Ed Schwartz on the right side. Ed Schwartz, number 5 in limited. The limited category just filled with a sack of 5-second hitters. Ed Schwartz is no difference. And Paranova is going to go side by side. Schwartz making a little bit of a wiggle. Looks like he had to pedal it a little bit, about half track. The orange Chevy 2 is going to go 516 left-hand side at 132. The right side of the racetrack, the canoe with a Suburban underneath of it. I gotta take a look at under the hood of this thing. This is a Chevrolet Suburban. Attention to the pits, I got a parts call. I need 3-3AN part plugs and caps. Caps and plugs, -3AN size, like the cap off a brake line. Can you bring them to the HCR tent, please? If you have 3AN caps or plugs, and/or plugs. The Suburban on the right side, weighing in at well north of 6,000 pounds. That is not an exaggeration. And twin turbo 7.3 Ford Godzilla power under the hood. That is a Ford motor. And it has a 6R80 transmission. In a previous life, it had a 2-valve 5.4 in the thing. But the Suburban is going to go 667 and completely distracting me from the left-hand side of the racetrack, going 512 at 137. John Mackey on the left-hand side of the racetrack in the second-generation Camaro, getting gradually and progressively quicker, making it a family affair, the Macchias out here. It's a third-gen Camaro bearing the same last name. And he goes up against Gary Bell on the right side. And that beautiful Chevelle. The Chevelle's been getting quicker. He's looking to go into the 4s with the Chevelle. Sitting third right now in unlimited. He's going to 121 to the 60-foot. A little bit of a wiggle. It looks like he's going to abort the pass. And he goes 508 at 128. Chopping the throttle. I have a feeling we're going to see him come back around shortly. Once again, parts call. Attention to the pits. If you have a 3AN cap and plug, can you please bring them to the tent, the ACR tent? We're going to appreciate it. Got a racer in need. Sounds like he's going to do something sketchy, like cap off a brake line. And track officials take a look at the right-hand side of the racetrack, not seeing what they're seeing, something that they are not really a fan of, and we're going to do a little bit of touch-up work here. And looking out at the entry road, I see Justin Lynch coming through the lanes, making his way into Dragway here. Looking at Facebook this morning, it looked like they had a little bit of a rough go. Also, another one of the teams having to put head gaskets in that vehicle. But Lynch in that Chevy 2 4-door Nova, sitting number 8 in Tiny Tire. And our Tiny Tire contenders, I keep talking about it over and over again because it's just kind of impressive to have that much of a gathering of 5-second cars on these little tires. And we got water going into the burnout box. Thank you once again to the track crew for that cleanup. We really, really do appreciate that sincerely here at the House of Hook. Finish up the touch-up on the right side. See Jesse Williams down there looking good as ever. Man, that shirt. Did you tailor that T-shirt? Whew, son. Take it easy. Sorry, ladies, he's taken. And we are back to racing. Jeffrey Hillard in the left-hand side of the track is going to take on Michael Dingman in the beautiful T-Bird, sitting on centerline Telstar wheels. Looks like he polished them in the parking lot at the hotel last night. Hillard having a little bit of issues getting the car started back here in the staging lanes. And he gets it fired, thankfully. And here we go. Pair of limited cars in our Southeast Street Yeet 2025, presented by Motion Raceworks. Jeffrey Hillard in the left-hand side of the racetrack. He's going to pair up with Michael Dingman in the T-Bird. Hillard sitting on a 526 average, went 519 on day one and fell off a little bit of the pace. He was in striking distance for number one. Kyle is sitting number one in limited. Kyle Beaumont in the blue Firebird has put a little bit more space on his lead. Taylor looking to see if he can close the distance. T-Bird in the right-hand side. 123 to the 60 foot from the right-hand side of the racetrack. T-Bird is going to go through 550. Hillard not going to put it together, not what he wants. He's going to come back around and make another crack. He goes 6-0 with a 4. Right side of the racetrack, that beautiful second-generation Camaro belonging to Bud Trammell. Late 70s, early 80s model. You can tell by the plastic bumpers. And then Malibu in the left-hand side of the racetrack, that's Rob W. I'm not going to even try. I don't know if that's Worcester, Worcester, Worcestershire. Just call him Rob. And Rob is going to tear at the track, goes a 125 to the 60 foot, and goes through 542 for Rob in the left-hand side of the Malibu, 128 miles an hour. The Camaro is going to abort the pass. Having a little bit of an issue with the big tires there. And the Camaro looks like it dropped a little bit of debris, fell out of the wheel wells. This sometimes is the problem with these drag and drive cars. Historically, they've had in the past where they have checkpoints where they allow you to drive on the beach down in Florida, and that proved to be a really terrible idea the next day at the track. And the other problem is when the racetrack is sticky, whatever you drop on the track, you think, well, I'll just blow it off or sweep it up. Really work that way. Once again, we're going to do a quick touch-up. This is nothing crazy. We just got the sand and debris, some rocks and pebbles are on the starting line here. We want to make sure we get all that stuff off.
Tried to go to the house.
And we're back to racing action. Left-hand side of the racetrack, William Jones in the Dirty Bird. Unlimited entry out of the Falcon. He's sitting on a 5:44 average. Went 5:37 on the first day, went a 5:51 yesterday, so move up the charts here a little bit. Sitting directly behind CJ Cave in that blue Fox body. But he'll have his work cut out for him. CJ has been deadly consistent, so he's going to be a hard one to get around. And the right side, the limited entry, the abomination of Richard Kinnison, the Dodge Dart. Another consistent entry, turning in a pair of 540s on days 1 and 2. Sitting number 8 right now in your limited class. He is chased by the Malibu that we just saw go down earlier of Robert W. Robert is 1,000th of a second behind him right now. So Richard Kinnison's looking to get away from Robert and try to overtake Walter Doyle. Nice side-by-side pass. Right-hand side of the racetrack goes 5:46, consistent as it can get. Left side, 5:32. So the Abomination, another 5.4. This one a little bit slower than he wants. Not sure if he's going to take that and hit the road, as it is a consistent pass, but he might want to try to get a little bit better. And the person right in front of him on the left-hand side of the racetrack, that's Walter Doyle. Walter Doyle in that Chevelle that makes my fingers hurt looking at it when I think about sanding it. And green in last name, gray in color is the car on the right-hand side. That's Matt Green in the gray Fox body. So number 15. And Green's going to watch Doyle try to run out of his life. He's trying to chase him down. 5:34 for Doyle on the left-hand side of the racetrack. I think he's going to be happy with that. And coming up next on the left side, Keith Baker. Harrell engine and dyno power under the hood. Customs by Bingen out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Turning some pictures on this Malibu for Mr. Baker. And Daily Driver lanes 3 and 4. Daily Driver lanes 3 and 4. Bring him up. Stephen Price on the right side with the Chevelle. He is sitting number 2 right now, trying to catch Kyle Beaumont, which put on a little bit of space today. Kyle put up another, I believe it was a 480. Stephen Price is capable of running the same territory as number 1. However, he had a rough first day, turned in a 5:11. Side by side off the line, a little bit of a move out of the right-hand side. Price moves towards the center line and gets out of it. Baker, left side of the track, goes 5:29 with a 1 at 131. Right side, Stephen Price, 4.90 at 148 miles an hour for Price. Not going to quite get him up into first place to take over Kyle's spot. It is on par with what he has been running. Not sure if he's going to come back around and take that one and go, or if he wants to try to improve his chances of moving into striking distance. Coming up next, stick shift car on the right-hand side, the Nova. That's Chris Holcomb. And Holcomb's going to get a front seat to the blue Mach 1 on the left-hand side of Taylor Owens, as Taylor goes 5:77 at 122 miles per hour. Taylor had a rough day. That's going to be on par with what he had yesterday. Day 1 wasn't real great for that car, so he's going to be happy with that one. The loudest LT on the planet. You think they coyote swapped this car on the right-hand side. The 6th generation Camaro. That's Brian Price in the right-hand side. And Price is squaring off against Richard King. These guys are number 10 and 11, respectively, in the stick shift class. And 6-gen Camaro right-hand side goes 750 at 97 miles an hour. Left side of the racetrack, 8.0 at 94. Yeah! It's Whittle John on the left-hand side of the racetrack. John Whittle. John Whittle on the left-hand side of the racetrack in the Fox body. This car's towing around a jet ski behind it. John Whittle is sitting smack dab in the middle of the stick shift class. Put this car into the 7th, see if we can repeat the process today. Right side is Ryan Jello's Vestal in the 03 Cobra. The drop top goes 789 at 92 miles an hour for the Terminator, and Whittle John goes 797 at 90. And let's see if the GTO can keep the differential in it again today. This car was one of the ones that kept us open a little bit late. We're happy to oblige. He was able to get it patched together after he left the differential on the starting line down at Greer, put it back together, and here we are. And right side is Joe Nichols in the yellow Mustang, stick shift contender. All the pops and bangs. Right side goes 162 to the 60 foot for the Mustang. And 7.3 at 94 miles an hour for the vintage Mustang. And the Australian GTO on the left side goes 7.77. Lucky for him at 93 miles per hour. The LSA blown S14 on the right side, stick shift entry. If you don't know what an S14 is, that's a Nissan 240. It's a chassis code. It's cool. I'm real into JDM stuff. That's Eric Haynes. Supercharged LS power under the hood. And he faces off against Bobby Frizzle in the left side in the red S550 Mustang. And the LSA powered Nissan on the right side goes 782, and the Mustang goes 908 with a 4 at 84 miles an hour. T-Tops Louvers 16-inch ponies. Did he put tire shine on that before he brought it up here on the right-hand side of the racetrack? It looks like a page straight out of the brochure from 1984. David Ross on the right side in the white Fox body, which, I mean, just a picture-perfect example of a clean Fox. 4-eyed, tailpipes, left-hand side of the racetrack, the notchback-flavored Fox body. That's Mike Batchelder, the green Fox, the left side. Mike sitting number 12 in stick shift. 7.8 in the first day, 7.6 yesterday. Today goes, splits the difference, goes 7.7 with a 4. And right-hand side of the racetrack goes 9.1 at 84 miles an hour. That's going to bring us up with Chase Hill on the left side of the racetrack with the notchback, another 4-eyed Fox. I call this car the beer can on wheels because there's not a lot to it. You can literally take the doors off this thing like a Jeep. Pins, there's no wires. Just pop them right off. Why don't you guys do that when you go down the street? It's a lot more fun. Just drive it like a Jeep. Right side, Bill Orr in the Dodge Dart Swanger. Bill turned in an 8.4 with 2 zeros behind it yesterday. And the Dodge Dart Swinger is in, and lights coming down, and we are away. And Hill going to pause for a second, think about it, and take off and try to chase down the Dodge Dart Swinger. Hill on the left-hand side of the racetrack goes 9.4 at 941 with a 5 at 51. Pretty sure that is an aborted pass for him. We're going to see him come back around. Jake Macy on the starting line on the right-hand side of the racetrack. He's going to go up against John Kelly in the Dakota on the left-hand side. And Macy goes through 7.986 at 91 miles an hour. And left-hand side of the racetrack is Rob Warwick. Probably one of the most unique sounding F-bodies you will hear. Being told this is a hybrid Prius motor swapped into this thing. And it is no slouch. We're lucky it has an oil pan under it. But I want to talk more about Troy Leitner, the right-hand side, and the Henry J. Gasser. Troy Leitner celebrating a birthday, 75 years young today over there at Shake and Bacon. So happy birthday, Troy. Now do something cool. Watch for side-by-side wheelies out of these cars. Two very different. This is what Drag and Drive is about. Couldn't be more different matchup. And Warwick keeping the front end down this time. It started to climb the ring gear in first gear, and he let out of it as in the 1-2 shift. It goes 5.19 in the left-hand side for Warwick, and the birthday boy in Shake and Bacon goes 6.21 with a 1 at 108 miles per hour. Happy birthday, Troy Leitner. And your number one overall for stick shift, C.J. Roberts, right-hand side of the racetrack. And Roberts goes 124 to the 60-foot, putting it together, got the clutch working, 5.09 with a 9 at 131 miles per hour, putting more distance on the stick shift category. And, I mean, that's going to put him in contention as an overall. And coming up next, on the right-hand side of the track, Kyle Buntley. Another 5-second capable car. Yesterday had a real rough day at Greer. Couldn't get it together. It was wheeling. It was violent. The chassis was all sorts of upset. He's going to take on DYO lanes 5 and 6. DYO lanes 5 and 6. DYO lanes 5 and 6. And Tommy Rosema on the left-hand side of the racetrack with that beautiful S13 is going to watch Kyle Buntley absolutely assault the starting line. 122 60-foot, goes 5.62 at 121 miles per hour. And the S13 goes 6.89 at 104. Copy. And coming to the line, right-hand side of the racetrack, the notorious, the infamous Rotson. You know it, you love it. It breaks often. And a nice, easy, I think they tire shine the Rotson too, or it's the diff fluid from fragging the rear end of this thing all week long. But the Rotson, right-hand side of the racetrack, goes 7.93 with a 3. Left-hand side of the racetrack goes 7.500 at 93 miles an hour. Left-hand side, Taco Time, back up for another shot at it. This is your number 2 in Tiny Tire. Aaron Shaden has been trying to get this thing to hook up and go. Had a little bit of a struggle. We were 50-50 on whether or not our 8.5-inch tire category is making it up to the line. And he was one of the ones that was having a tough go at it. Right side, that long bed C10, that's Brett Marville. Back up here, I believe, for his second pass today. And Shaden absolutely neutering the thing on the starting line and gets it off a 195 60-foot, and it still goes 5.79 at 143 miles per hour, pouring the power to that thing. Now he has something that he could kind of sit back on, but I think he's going to want to come back around and try that again because he's not going to want to let go of that number 2 spot with that. There's our more of the power to it coming on. Right side, the Goblin. And the red GM mini truck left side scratches the tires. Goblin goes through 10.62 at 69 nice miles an hour. And Tom Moran on the right side of the Dakota. Back up here again, going up against John Macchia on the left side, up here for another attempt at the racetrack. And the Dakota leaves the line at 152 to 60 foot. And he goes 6'8" at 100 flat. Macchia on the left side, looks like he knocked the tires off of it there and aborted the pass and going to cruise down Broadway. And that's going to bring us back up here again with Bud Trammell and the big old Camaro. I say big because he's got big tires. One of the few big tire category entries that we have here at Southeast Street Yeet. And he's going to face off against the stick shift car of Richard King in the Malibu. Richard went 7.7 with 1 yesterday, 7.5. So looking to improve on that, see if he can go quicker than a 750. Goes 7.6 flat, 93 miles an hour. And the Camaro on the right side going to get there first. 6.7 with a 6 at 101. And racers, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you did a U-turn in a gravel parking lot at some point, or you heard a whole bunch of rocks hitting the bottom of your wheel wells at some point last night, or maybe this morning, take a peek up there and see if you can reach your hand and knock the debris off. If you're in the staging lanes and you have not made a pass today, if you have a crew guy that can help you out, somebody if you're in the staging lanes and you haven't made a pass, stick a hand under there and brush up the wheel well, see if you have a because unfortunately it's getting on the starting line and we got to get the sweeper out to brush it off. Also, racers, when you come into the lanes, look for the yellow lines, the freshest set of yellow lines. There's some old ones that are faded, leading a little bit of confusion, but there's the bright yellow ones. That's the lanes that you're going to get into if you haven't done so already when you come up here. And looking out here, the portable car hoist is vacant. And that means that Jim Treadle has reassembled the Firebird and fixed the problem. Got word here that it blew a transmission line off of the thing, and that's what it ended up emptying the contents of the transmission onto the racetrack. But he's got it put back together and cleaned up, and he's going to make another hit and attempt at it. Right now, the battle between 1 and 2 in Tiny Tire between Shade In and Taco Time. And Mr. Treadle and that Firebird is shaping up to be a good one. Those guys are fighting tooth and nail. Well, first they're fighting tooth and nail to get off of the line. And what could end up happening in Tiny Tire is what we might be looking at right before our very eyes. If 1 and 2 can't get their poop in a group and make it down this racetrack, Anthony Harville would love to see that. Nobody wishes bad luck on anybody on a Dragon Drive. Well, maybe some people do. We don't necessarily want bad luck to happen to your competitors, but sometimes you need bad luck to happen to your competitors. And that's the way this type of racing just goes sometimes. You're fighting a lot of fights here. You're fighting the car to make it go faster on the track. You're fighting the car to make sure it survives on the street. It's a battle of attrition at Dragon Drives. Attention to the pits. If you're missing a belt, if your car lost a belt on the starting line, we have it up here at the starting line. If you lost a belt, we found it. You might want it.
Fuel station will be open in just a few minutes, okay? Should be open in just a few minutes. Uncle Bill's Snack Shack staying busy. You get hungry. Our crew want chili slaw dog. Got corn dogs, chili dog. Yeah. Hamburger, cheeseburgers. Sausage dog. Those are good things that grease will be good. And Pepsis.
Attention to the pits, racers. If you need race fuel, this is your one and final chance to get it. There was a racer asking about it. Head over to the fuel shack. If you need race fuel, head over to the shack right now. This is your final opportunity to get race fuel. Once again, racers, if you need race fuel, head over to the fuel shack now. This is your final opportunity.
Man, toting the fuel jugs in and filling fuel jugs up. You got a long ways to go. You better get a lot of fuel. Have to go back to the side. It's still a long ways. There's your belt right there.
And the belt has been returned to its rightful owner. Make sure you write your name on that so we know who it is next time. We're finalizing the touching up of the racing track here at the House of Hook. We're applying a thick, even coating of Gorilla Glue and the inverted flex tape on the starting line to give us the stickiest surface possible. And coming up next, in the left-hand side of the racetrack is Jeff Dore. He's watching the glue go down. He might be having a little bit of flashbacks to testing on day 0 when he vacated the drive shaft from underneath that very bright. Is that yellow or is that orange? I can't really tell. What would you call that? We got one says yellow. What would you say? We got one says, so we're 50-50. I don't know if I can be the one. I can't call it. This is like the... Oh, now we're flipping over here. Mr. Dent says that is orange, in fact, so we'll call it orange. Jeff Dore in the orange Mustang, left-hand side of the track, was the first person that I saw on the portable car hoist, camping on it on day 0 as he put a new drive shaft in this thing. He's in the daily driver category, sitting 9th. And in the right side of the track, the white Hellcat of Charles Barber is sitting number 2. In our daily driver category, Barber turned in a 6:03 with a 1 on day 1, and then improved on that. Went 595 with a 5 yesterday. So sitting on a 5.993 average for Barber in daily driver. He's trying to catch Dustin Crane with that red S14 Nissan, but Crane is got a couple tenths on him, almost 4 to be exact. Crane's sitting on a 5.58.9 average, a number 1 overall in daily driver. How about that? 5-second daily drivers. What a time to be alive. If you're asking yourself, scratching your head, what constitutes a daily driver in the eyes of Southeast Street and Yeet? Well, they must have all their body panels. They got to have a 28-inch tire, I believe. I'm limping my way through this as I hastily pull up the rules. I definitely did not start talking before I was prepared. I would never do such a thing. You also have to have an overdrive transmission. You can't slap a gear vendors on the back of a Glide or a 400 to come out here and call it a daily. Functional windshield wipers. You got to have a radio, and the exhaust also has to go within 18 inches of the rear axle beneath the car as it was from the factory. You can't run a big old honking side pipe out of the side of your fender exit on a turbo car. I have no idea anybody that would ever do that and go puppy kick in a street car class. Not that I've ever done that. I've been guilty of trying to circumvent the rules and play in the gray area where I installed a 4-inch side pipe that ran the entire length of my car, and the exhaust actually just came out of the fender, but when I read the rules, it said must have a exhaust that exits within 18 inches of the rear axle. I said that sounds like an easy way to go make $1,500, and I did it twice. And then they quickly wrote a rule that keeps me out of that category. So that's our daily driver category. Also, no methanol as your primary fuel. If you want to do meth injection or something like that, some of these cars, they need it. And we're getting back to racing action here at Southeast Street and Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks. With our daily drivers, again, Charles Barber, right-hand side of the racetrack, and that Hellcat is sitting number 2. 9th place, Jeff Dore, in the left-hand side of the, maybe it's yellow, maybe it's orange Mustang, we're not quite sure. It's side-by-side late model burn-ons out of Dore and Barber on the right-hand side of the Hellcat. It's a tale as old as time itself. The battle of Detroit muscle, Ford versus Dodge. Mopar, no car in the right lane for Barber. Bleed Ford blue for Dore on the left-hand side. I don't know if they're that die-hard. And Barber off the line first, and Dore makes a little bit of a wiggle on the shift. 133 to 60 foot for the right-hand side of the Hellcat goes 5.92 with a 7, improving on his performance. And he's going to hold him comfortably in second place. Dore on the left-hand side goes 6.48. And 2 race cars with trailer hitches on the starting line, something you only see here at the Drag and Drive. That's Don Gatlin, 4th place right now, Daily Driver on the left side of the Chevy 2. In 10th place right now on the right-hand side is Andy Jacques. And Gatlin, 129 to the 60 foot, goes 6.02 at 112. Right-hand side of the racetrack, 6.4 with 7 with a 5 and 105 miles per hour. Coming up right-hand side of the racetrack is David Lips in the purple Hellcat with the DD01 entry. He takes on AJ Ross in that beautiful blue F-body on the left side. I really like the wheel and tire package on the Camaro, not your typical drag wheel and tire combo. And again, 2 more cars with 2 more hitches. Mr. Dent pointed out last time in the last pass, I kind of don't mind. You know what I mean? You just get so used to seeing them. The trailer hitches do make really good wheelie protectors. And the F-body on the left-hand side goes 4.69 to the 60 foot, 7.086 at 96 miles an hour. The Hellcat goes 6.40 with an 8 and 111 miles per hour. And that'll bring up the supercharged late model blue Mustang on the right-hand side, S550. I believe this is the one I saw in the news this morning. It has a 3-liter supercharger Whipple underneath the hood. And face it off against the Grand Marquis of Chris Burnham on the left side. Mustang right-hand side of the racetrack, 151 in a short time, goes 6.65 at 106 miles per hour, and the Grand Marquis goes 10.7 at 66 miles per hour. Brandon Wilson, the Trailblazer SS on the right-hand side, looking at 7.2 average. He went into the 6s yesterday. He's going to look for that again today. And then Josh Wilson in the S550 left-hand side. Low 7s out of this car. Slowed it up a little bit with a 7.2. He went 7.1 on the first day. So look for a good side-by-side race here. If they leave side-by-side, which they don't. But the Trailblazer SS may be able to chase him down. Brandon Wilson making his best attempt at it. Right side goes 6.69 with 108 miles per hour for Wilson. Butch Williams, right-hand side of the racetrack in the F-150, 4-wheel drive. Kind of a cheater mod on this. Track prep for him, less of an issue because he can go almost down anything. And you got Jay Marshall on the left side of that beautiful gray Nova. Marshall improved upon his day 1 average, went 7.3 yesterday, 7.6 in the first day. He's going to try to keep that momentum going. He goes 7.24 on the left-hand side, continue to pick up pace. The F-150 right side of the racetrack, it goes 7.0 with an 8 at 101. Left-hand side, Jennifer Rudisil has had some of the best and worst luck of any drag and drive. Her car got hit on the side of it while it was parked, and somebody never found out who it was. And then she ran over a skunk and ripped the transmission cable off of the thing and had to limp it to last night's destination. But she continues to persevere and put up new personal bests. Look for this car to go mid-60s now. And that's Ryan Morris in the right side. Ryan Morris sitting number 5 in Daily Driver. Morris goes 624. Russo goes 665 in the left-hand side for the F-body. Michael Bratcher in the right-hand side of the racetrack in that black Monte Carlo. Had a little bit of traction issues on the first day, turned it into 650, went 623 with a 9 yesterday. He's looking to go even deeper into the 6s. And he's going to face off against the red Camaro on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And that's Mark White. Mark sitting just ahead of him with a 633 average. Right-hand lane has 637. So this could be a good side-by-side drag race if both leave together. And the Camaro out in front, 139 to 60 foot, goes 628. Right-hand side, sat there, made a sandwich on the starting line, goes 619 for the Monte Carlo. The Monte Carlo does improve, and I think he's going to turn that one in, probably hit the road. And coming up next, right-hand side of the track, that's Dustin Crane. That is your overall leader right now in Daily Driver with that red S14 Nissan. And the left side, in third place, is the regular cab short bed Silverado of Ben Marchetto. This truck made a hard move yesterday, barely kept it off the wall, got it gathered up, and he's going to watch Dustin Crane off the line with a 129 60 foot, goes 545, further stretching out the lead for the S14 by a lot. And Marchetto on the left side goes 8905. I have a feeling we're going to see him come back around. And then coming up now, we have our Dial Your Own racers, or Dial Your Own. This is where consistency is key. And this is one that's shaping up. If you look at the standings that may or may not have fell out of my pocket this morning, this class is about consistency. We want to see who has the tightest hand at the end of the week with their spread on their time slips. Right now, sitting number 1 is Dawn Flanders with that purple Chevy truck. She turned in a 918.3 on day 1, and day 2, a 918 with an O. So that means her deviation is .001. Now, this is unlike bracket racing, because in bracket racing, if you go under your established time, your dial-in, you're out, you're done, you lost. Well, with this, we can go under, we can go over a little bit. We're kind of hitting on either side of that. And that creates a unique situation where you're not mad, you don't feel like you wasted a pass because you broke out. Every single pass actually can count towards your time slips or your average goal at the end of the week. So what this turns into and encourages, we see a lot of these Dial Your Own cars are going to end up making more passes than anybody because they just want to grab a whole bunch of time slips and fan them all out and pick the best combo that works for them. And we're going to see Macchia in the right-hand side of the third-gen Camaro go 745. And the Explorer ST in the left-hand side, twin-turbo EcoBoost power, goes 905. That Explorer made probably more laps than anybody else. It's Raymond Grissett yesterday made more laps in that car than anyone. Maybe the Explorer or the Cherokee XJ. The XJ might have had him covered on laps. I'm not sure. I haven't been counting. Dodge Cornet, left side of the lane, that's Nick Delano. Delano turning in a handful of 620s this week. And he's going to square off against the S10 Blazer on the right side of the track. 145 off the line for the Coronet. Goes through 617 at 114 miles an hour. And the right side S10 Blazer goes 719 at 91 for Ricky Russell in the Blazer. Caprice PPV, that is police pursuit vehicle, right-hand side of the racetrack. These were not actually sold to the public. You know, they get these at like the police auctions after. He's going to face off against Doug Kistler in the Nova on the left-hand side. The Caprice being driven by Bobby Admire. And even when the cops had these, I don't remember seeing a whole lot of these out in the public roads. I think the Dodge Chargers and they kind of outshined them. Mr. Admire on the right-hand side goes 765 in the police pursuit vehicle. And left-hand side of the racetrack goes 1026 for Mr. Kistler. And you guys may be tired of hearing me talk about Jacob Watson's sick hood. If you guys look at the standings, you can see my personal notes on there. I believe I called it the ZZ Top Camaro. The fourth generation Camaro of the FLT flavor on the right side. It's going to go 673 with a 1 at 101 miles per hour. While the second gen Camaro on the left side of the track goes 1104 at 65. Zach Smith in the right-hand side of the racetrack in the red S15 or S10. I'm not really sure because I can't see the front or the back. I think it's got it. Is this the one that has the S15 grill in the front and S10 tailgate? He's going to face off against the red Pontiac G8 left side of the racetrack. That's Mark Bauer. Mark looking for another 650 and goes way quicker. Goes 633. I think he's going to be happy with that. In the S10 15 GMC Chevrolet, I'm not really sure, goes 674 with a 2 at 100 miles an hour on the right side. SN95 Mustang on the left side of the racetrack. That's Logan Terry. Logan sitting number 2 right now in Dial Your Own. Look for a 549 or 550, something around that area. He goes 129 to the 60 foot. Terry's going to go through. Let me know before you start setting the all runs because there's a quarter mile. What lane was that? Lane 17. Ivana Hutchins on the left-hand side of the racetrack. In the Chevrolet SS, turning a handful of 750s. She's looking for another one. And she's going to go up against Adam Green, the right-hand side of the racetrack on the second-gen Camaro. Green sitting number 3 right now in Dial Your Own, looking for a 736 with anything right now. On the right-hand side, he goes 748, a little slower than he probably wants. Ivana gets another 652 to add to her collection. All run, party time, excellent. All run session, lanes 7 and 8. Lanes 7 and 8. And park them in lanes 7 and 8. We're going to turn on quarter mile timers for the party session. As soon as we run out the rest of these cars, we'll turn on the quarter mile timers, and you guys can really have fun and stretch your legs out if you would like to. Called the 7th inning stretch. If I was a betting man, I would bet a red car is going to win this race, and the one on the right-hand side is leading. Out in front goes 6:15 for the Camaro at 115 miles per hour. 6:65 for the Mustang on the left side. Chet MacArthur on the left side of the race, that C7 Z06, taking on the S550 Mustang on the right side. That's Ryan Morris. Both of these cars looking for 6-second passes. Morris on the right side goes 6.3 the Ford at 117 miles per hour. And the C7 Z06 on the left side goes 7.1. 1956 Chevrolet on the left side of the racetrack. 55 Chevrolet, excuse me. Yep. Left-hand side of the racetrack, that right-hand drive, Tri-5 Chevy. That's Roy Gallier. Roy looking for something in the bottom eights. He's got the stick-shift car on the right side of the orange Mustang from Aaron White. Aaron looking to go 6-something. Has some problems, of course, to pass. The Tri-5 is going to go 8.2 with a 3. Left-hand side of the track, Nanner Pudding. And until the right car in the right-hand lane showed up, I would have told you this is probably one of the biggest cars on the property. And then the barge presented itself. Nanner Pudding on the left side of the racetrack is a box Chevy Caprice, turbo LS power under the hood. I know because I've personally driven this car on Drag Week in 2021, I believe it was, we did it. This car's exchanged hands a few times over the years, and I'm happy to see it out here. Derek McCall piloting Nanner Pudding in the Caprice. And he's facing off against Lucas Barr in that big green Lincoln. And Nanner Pudding having some problems building the boost. He's been having issues putting passes together consistently throughout the week here, and it looks like he's going to try to come back around for our all-run session. Lucas Barr in the right-hand lane is trying to push the pedal through the floor to catch him. He's not going to get there. 12.5 with a 1 at 42 miles per hour. Joe Onda, the right side of the C10, is looking for mid-8s out of this pass. He's facing up against Larry Dawkins in the CTSV wagon, one of our contenders for making the most passes. Attention to the pits, if you have not made a pass at all today, we need you in lanes 1 and 2. So if you're coming up for the all-run session, you've already made a pass. We want you over to the right-hand side. We want you in lanes 7 and 8. Lanes 1 and 2, if you have not made a pass, if you've been thrashing all day, throwing tools, yelling at the kid holding the flashlight, about to throw your co-pilot, wishing you had the eject button, and you're just mad at the world and you have not made a pass yet, drag and drive is not going well for you, I want you in lanes 1 and 2. We'll take care of you. Come on up. But if you punted it into the stands on your first attempt and you're trying to make another one, we need you in lanes 7 and 8. In the battle for T-top supremacy coming up. Third-gen Camaro on the right-hand side. A little bit of a street freak stance on this, kind of raised up in the back, tires poking out. I believe that is the composite, the the fiberglass T-top option on that car. You don't see those very often. Those are actually lightweight. I think they're hard to come by. And then another rare option, a T-top Fox body on the left-hand side. That's Cole Galloway in the Fox. Cole looking for a mid-8 out of this car. Went 8.4 with a 7 yesterday. And Galloway's going up against Pete Johns in the F body. John's in bottom 10. See if he can get the single digits today. Galloway goes 8-3 with an 8, and the F-body punching it deep into the 9s. 9.78 at 63 miles an hour. I believe he's going to be happy with that. And our leader in overall right now in Dial Your Own on the right-hand side of the racetrack, Dawn Flanders, turning a 9.183 and a 9.180, separating herself literally 3 thou difference between her day 1 and 2. So she wants to see something in the 9.18 in this area right here. Left side is Charles Tucker, looking remarkably similar in shape on the truck, a little bit more patinaed. Tucker goes through 6.98, deadly consistent for that. Brushing the brakes too. And Flanders, the right-hand side of the racetrack, goes 9.21. That's close to that 9.18 that she's looking for, but she might want to come back around. We got time to make some more hits today. I'm looking at some lanes where we got a handful of competitors that want to come up here for party time. I see a couple. I see the CTSV, the twin turbo, rolled in a little bit late today. Stayed late last night at Greer. He was there after I left. And I've seen Shakin' Bacon, the birthday boy, leaving the track. He's making his way to Momentum Racing for our practice tree shootout. Happy birthday. And racers, we're going to switch the timers over to quarter mile now. Quarter mile. So the times you're going to see on the board will be quarter mile. You are not obligated to run quarter mile. If you only want your 8th mile time slip, again, clip it at the same point. Yep, we got our final 2 class cars coming up for 8th mile run sessions, and then we go into some touch-up on the racetrack, and then we're going to go into the all-run party time. Looking at Donald Donovan out here in the CTSV twin turbo. Getting him strapped in, getting him suited up. And that's going to bring up Donald Donovan in the CTSV, left-hand side of the racetrack. The LSA Supercharger long gone, along with the IRS, replaced with a solid rear axle and twin turbos. I wonder if the OnStar still works. But I believe the OnStar in the Corvette, the right-hand side of Shep MacArthur, definitely still works. Donald Donovan having a little bit of a struggle bus week. He's went 586 the first day, went 620 with a 3 yesterday. And if you judge the book by its cover, this car should be capable of much faster than that. They've been working him for it. Shep MacArthur on the right-hand side of the racetrack in the C7 Z06. MacArthur went 727 with a 5 yesterday. See if he can go quicker than that. And Donovan popping and banging in the Cadillac on the left-hand side a little bit there. Goes 150 to the 60 foot, goes 619 at 116 for the CTSV. And Shep MacArthur, right side, goes 721 at 98 miles an hour. That is an improvement. I think he's going to be happy with that. And we're going to roll into touch up the track a little bit before we go into our all-run session and turn the quarter mile timers on for anybody that has not had the opportunity to run quarter mile. This is going to be your opportunity to have a shot at a killer racetrack where you can go very, very fast. We're going to continue with our track prep here. Concessions are still open if you want to go over there, grab a snack. I am going to go find it out.
Good time goes to concession stand. Tell you what, they got good cheeseburger. I had one. Got slaw dogs, hot dogs, corn dogs, sausage dogs, hamburger, chili burgers, whatever, Pepsi.
Hey, before we go back to action, before it gets too loud for you guys to hear me, I want to make sure that everybody here can hear me as I say this. But this evening is the last evening that we will have with the portable car hoist here. So I want to say thank you to Robert Hernandez for his time and efforts out here. It's been an absolute game changer having him here at the event. And he's become an integral piece of the fabric woven into the drag and drive community. So he will be here till about 6 o'clock tonight. So if you do need the portable car hoist for any reason, just make sure you get with Mr. Hernandez. But once again, thank you very much for coming out here to Southeast Street and Yeet. We really greatly appreciate it. That thing has been camped on the whole time it's been here. So it's definitely something that's been put to use. So once again, thank you. All right, we're about to go back to racing action, and just a reminder, quarter-mile timers are on, so you might have to bear with me as I stumble through and stroke out trying to read off the eighth-mile only times and ignore the quarter-mile. So the numbers you're going to see that are flashing on the boards on the big end are now going to be quarter-mile. So if you're wondering why they're painfully slow, I'll do my best to announce it. Eighth-mile format, unless somebody does something remarkable in the quarter-mile. We got a handful of cars down in the lanes I'm looking at that have not made a hit yet today. Scott Thompson's in the lane. Tracy Holzkopf, last year's defending Tiny Tire champ, has made it. Justin Lynch, I believe they're putting head gaskets in that Chevy 2 yesterday. The C6 that absolutely wrecked the transmission is here. Miles Jacobs in the El Camino from Tiny Tire has not made a hit today. I saw him rolling through the gate a little bit late. He's sitting at the front of the lanes. Miles currently number 4 in Tiny Tire. but that's not to say he's outside of striking distance. Sitting on a 5.211 average, just behind Harbill with a 5.204. But bear in mind, Jim Treadle absolutely emptied the entire contents of his transmission earlier this morning, trying to maintain his first place position. Aaron Shaden in Taco Time has not made a pass that he was happy with the time to turn in. He's back in the lanes to make another attempt at it. So Tiny Tire is still anybody's game, even late in the day here at House Hill Hook at Carolina Dragway. And here we go. Tiny Tire, let's go. Miles, you're up. Show us something cool. And right behind Miles Jacob, coming up is Scott Thompson in the square body. Scott is last year's tailgate winner, but has not been able to put it together this year. Yesterday he turned in a 7-second ET. That truck will run low into the fives. Thompson can't see anything, staring directly into the sun, trying to see Preston down there in the lanes. And Miles Jacob in the right-hand side of the El Camino, gonna make a solo rip. And Jacob moving about 2 inches and absolutely kicking those 8.5-inch tires off to the side. He's going to come back around and take another crack at it. And Trent Santos on the right side of the track had to stay late at Greer last night, put a transmission in this thing. Thanks to Hawks Motorsports, nearby actually had one in stock, along with a differential for our GTO friend. But when most would have thrown in the towel and gone home, Trent Santos said, nope, we're still in this. And left-hand side of the racetrack, Scott Thompson. So Thompson with a 5:41 on the first day. I'm sorry, 5:45 with a 1 on the first day. Yesterday turned in a 7.9. Not happy with that. If you can get it together, look at this thing to go low fives, maybe even high fours. It is capable. And big pop on the left-hand side. He was on a rip. And Thompson's going to go roll to a 6.1. Santos, right side of the racetrack, goes 9:45 at 95, and it sounds like it still has all 6 gears. Going to ride down in the big end and check on Mr. Thompson. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I have a racer in need. A racer needs a ride into Aiken to go pick up a part. Mark White with the red 6th generation Camaro. The red 6th generation Camaro over in the pits. Mark White, if anybody can give him a ride into Aiken to go pick up some parts, he needs a little bit of assistance to fix his ride. So once again, Mark White with that red 6th generation Camaro. Somebody please go over there, and if you can assist him, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm looking at a lot of, like Hellcats and stuff like that probably have warranties on them still that could probably help out. The air conditioning, massaging seats. It might be a nice break. But then again, I would think that the 6th generation Camaro would be one of the most reliable cars here and wouldn't need parts, but what do I know? Mark White, if you go over to the HCR tent, you go over to the tent and see Jesse. Jesse will be able to facilitate your transportation to pick up the parts.
1 2 1 2. Just check and make sure the mic works, guys, on the actual unit.
Publicly berate you on this live feed. You guys just do something dumb. I made it sure nobody's going to get mad at you for pulling over and opening your door and sticking your head underneath your car. Nobody will get mad at you if you stop in the middle of the racetrack and get out. Yep. Yeah, I'm world fun. There were people that become like the Honda class. If you oil down and you win, and you're We're going to be getting back to racing action here at Southeast Street and Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks. Working through our all-run session here. Right-hand side of the racetrack, it's Justin Lynch in the four-door Chevy 2 Nova, a tiny tire. They had this thing scattered all across South Carolina last night as they put head gaskets in it. Other side, on the left side of the racetrack, the black S550 Mustang. That's Chris Vickers. I was hearing reports of transmission issues out of the Mustang. Vickers is double entered in 2 different categories in our unlimited category. The S550s ran down in the bottom 6s. It should be quicker, but they were having issues with it yesterday. Couldn't quite get it all to work out together and put together a clean pass. And then Justin Lynch on the right-hand side, he's looking to do 2 things. 1, run mid-5s, and 2, keep all the coolant in it. Lynch is sitting in the 8th spot right now in tiny tire and could easily move up the ladder if he can put together a clean pass here. And Lynch is in. Nice and tidy off the line for those little tires. 132 for Lynch, and he's going to go through 550 with a 1 at 128 miles per hour. And Vickers on the left side is going to limp it through and go 14.8. Right-hand side of the racetrack, up for the first time today, Tracy Holtzclaw, last year's tiny tire champ in that wagon. He posted some pictures. He was stopping up for bingo. If you look at the license plate, he took the critical opportunity to snap a picture of it in front of the bingo hall. We appreciate that. Holtzclaw is going to go up against the 2-wheel drive flavored F-150 in the left side. That's Matt Colvin. Matt is a little all over the place. First day he turned it an 8.0 with a 6, and yesterday he went 6.9 with 12 behind it. So a little of this, a little of that for Colvin. And Holtzclaw off the line, 139 to 60 foot, to pour the power in. Goes 5.60 with an 8 at 126 for the wagon, and the F-150 goes 6.34 with an 8 at 105. Russell Broadwell on the purple Mustang on the left-hand side of the track, looking to go low 7s here with a stick shift entry. While the XJ in the right side makes a hard move to the right-hand side of the track. So Russell Broadwell in the purple Mustang might have got into some fluid up there. And both of those time slips are going to be invalidated due to the Mustang. As much as the Jeep Cherokee would probably love to turn that time slip in, they're not going to be able to.
got to do a cleanup. So it's going to be a few minutes. So good time to go to concession stand. Okay. Rotator going to the house.
Once again, we appreciate everyone's patience here as we continue the cleanup efforts. We're spraying the glue down. We're going to go out there and rub it into the track a little bit. We'll get back to racing action. Packed staging lanes for everybody up here that wants to make another crack at the track here. I see our number 1 and number 2 in Tiny Tire. I don't think they have a pass that they can even turn in that will allow them to stay in the top 2 spots. So they're up here trying to make another hit at this to retain their top positions. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you're still on property and you want to make a pass, you need to be in the lanes as soon as possible. That sun's getting real low, and our window of opportunity is going to be dwindling fast. If you are satisfied with your performance today, make sure you head over to the tent and turn in your time slips.
tractor gone to the house.
All right, we're going back to racing action here in our all-run session as we're going to round out the rest of this here at House of Hook at Carolina Dragway. And that's going to bring up in the right-hand side, that's Ricky Russell in the S10 Blazer. He's going to face off against that beautiful OBS Chevrolet in the left-hand side. And that's Matthew Tollison. Let's call him Matt. Tollison in the left-hand side turned in 676 on the first day and went a 651 yesterday at Greer. I'm sure he would love to continue to push that number further down to 0. Ricky Russell going to depart the chat first. And the S10 Blazer in the right-hand side of the racetrack. Going to go 7:45 at 81 miles an hour. And left-hand side, OBS Chevy's going to go 6.74 at 104 miles an hour. 10.47 at 128. He runs it all the way out the back door for the Silverado. Putting on a show for us. Left-hand side of the racetrack, that's Stephen Price in the Chevelle. Stephen Price sitting number 2 in your limited category. Had a bit of an adventuresome trip down the track earlier, trying to take the long way. Made a move that he did not like, and he aborted it, so he's back over to try again. Went 4.8 with a 6 yesterday. He is capable within striking distance to take over the top spot from Kyle Beaumont, who's already left for the day. Kyle pushes lead further into the 8s. Stephen Price is trying to catch him. And it looks like he might be able to do it. 122, the 60-foot goes 4.79 at 151 miles an hour, and I don't think I need to even punch the math in. That should be good enough to push him into the top spot in limited, if not very close. Bobby Admire on the right-hand side goes through in the Caprice, and I did not see it. Jacob Watson on the left side of the racetrack back up to try once again. And he's taking on Zach Smith on the right-hand side in the little mini truck. Smith is looking at another 6.8, and this is the dial your own. So he's looking for a 6.81, something with a 6 and an 8 behind it. And he gets it, 6.81. Very nice. He's going to be very pleased with that. That's going to tighten up his spread right there on the dial your own category. And Watson, same story, looking at another 6.775, and he had a 6.73 yesterday, so he's going to be happy with that. Wyvonda Hutchins on the right-hand side with the Chevrolet SS, looking for 650 something. She went 6.55 to 6.56. Anything near or around that she's going to be happy with. It's setting the record probably for the most laps of Street Yeet so far. As the left-hand side is the Explorer ST of Raymond Grissett, twin-turbo EcoBoost. It is not a highway patrol vehicle, despite first appearances. And Grissett is going to try to pull over Wyvonda on the right-hand side and is not going to be able to do so as Hutchins goes 7.88 with a 9 at 88 miles an hour. While left-hand side goes 8.799. And thank you for the lovely message on the back of the window. Thank you. I appreciate that. It says, doing a great job, Rye. I'm feeling that my wife would disagree, but luckily she's not here to tell me. But she is listening, and I love you very much. That's Adam Green on the right-hand side with the kind words. Green looking for another 736 to add to his roster. And Logan Terry on the left-hand side of the track, sitting number 2 right now. He's looking for another 5.0, 551. He's looking for 5.5 with a 0. Not going to get there. And Green on the right-hand side, a little off at his pace. And coming up next is the Dirty Bird on the left-hand side of the track. This is the unlimited entry of William Jones, the Falcon. The 56 Chevrolet on the right-hand side of Stacy Batson is back up for another swing. Batson waiting for the Bird. The Bird is, in fact, the word. It's only a matter of time before I made that joke. And Dirty Bird 121 to the 60-foot goes 5.15 with a 5 and 135 miles per hour. And that is a big improvement for him from yesterday. And that will move him up the standings in the unlimited category. And here to try to hold on desperately, grasping. He's like cliffhanger at this point in time. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Aaron Shaden in the Taco Time. Fairmont, sitting number 2. Hasn't been able to put together a complete, tidy pass. Let's see if he can do it now. And Macchia on the left-hand side of the racetrack, side by side with Taco Time. This is a barn burner, ladies and gentlemen. Right-hand side goes 5.08 with a 5 for Taco Time at 144 miles an hour. And Mackie on the left-hand side of the track goes 5.32 in the F-body. Chase Hill, left-hand side of the racetrack, coming back up to make another attempt. Chase been trying to shake off the cobwebs and work out the bugs on the stick-shifted combo on the left-hand side. That's 4-valve modular motor, 4.6 power with a turbo and 3 pedals behind it. And Chase Hill gets it off the line. He's going to watch the right-hand side go 6.77 with a 6, and Hill goes 9.46. And coming up on the left-hand side, Nanner trying to put a clean pass together out of the big box Chevy. Single turbo LS power under the hood. Rolled through tech inspection, sitting on 24 or 26-inch wheels, and swapped them out for the 15s. I would love to see the thing rocking the big wheels for another pass here at Street Meet. And Sherman Gills on the right-hand side of the Camaro. Gills in the 11s this week. Gonna dial your own. And Manor Puddin' gonna spool the turbo, and they're not gonna be able to get it done. Having some issues with the car and the tune-up on the big Caprice. And then right side of the track, back up again to take another swing at this. Jim Treadle in the Firebird was sitting number 1 as of yesterday. He's looking for something low in the 5s. Aaron Shane in the taco time just put up a 5.08. So Treadle needs another 5.0 performance like yesterday, but he's been having some trouble. And it looks like, again, unfortunately, he's leaking more fluid on the track. And Treadle inside the car has to be shaking his head at this, thinking, oh no, not again. So we're going to push it back and take a good look at it. Treadle was on the hoist earlier looking at the transmission after it left all the contents of it on the track earlier this morning. So that is not what he wants to see. Big wheelie out of Don Gatlin in the Chevy 2 on a solo rip on the left-hand side. 127 to the 60-foot. It was 596 at 114 for Gatlin. And Bud Trammell, left-hand side of the racetrack in the big tire second-gen Camaro. Beautiful car with the period correct stripes and the gold wheels, the magnums on the front. And Gary Macchia in the right side in the third-gen Camaro is going to face off against the Disco Camaro in the left side of Bud Trammell. That big, beautiful tired, big, tired, beautiful Camaro, complete with disco-era stripage all the way down the side. Trammell, left-hand side of the racetrack. Big, naturally aspirated power under the hood, I believe. Macchia on the right side. Twisting the chassis off the line as if it's a Fast and Furious meme. 130 to the 60-foot, and he's going to go 598 at 114 miles an hour in the Camaro. And Mankey goes 741.7 at 93. David Ross in the right-hand side of the track in the T-Top Fox. And Ross is going to be going up against Jesse. As the car does a really good bump dance when it goes in there. When you tap the button and bump it in, it kind of just sits there and dances on the starting line. And once the motion stopped, he's going to be rewarded with a 606 with a 9 at 116 miles an hour on the left-hand side. Right side went through, 8.4 with a 1. BJ Adams on the left side of the S550. 2.06 2.0 to the 60-foot, and Adamson Mustang's going to go 8-1 with a 4 at 90 miles an hour. Third-gen Camaro right side, 9.8157, 61 miles per hour. That'll bring back up the LSA Supercharged S14. 2 purple cars. Well, a purple car and a purple truck, the purple S10 on the left-hand side. Of Ryan Fowler. Fowler in the purple dime is going to go up against the Nissan 240 right-hand side of the racetrack. LSA Supercharged under the hood. And that's Eric Haynes. Nice and easy off the line for the 240. And Haynes is going to watch the purple S10 on the left-hand side of the racetrack go through 6 flat at 160 miles an hour. Goes 9.39 to the quarter at 138. I almost forgot we're running quarter. Actually, this wasn't as hard to say as I thought it would be. So, apologize to everybody who wanted to run quarter this morning. And that was Aaron White on the left-hand side of the racetrack, the orange Mustang, treating us to a fireworks show on the starting line with all the pops and bangs as he spools the turbos. He's going to abort the pass and go 9.36. And Jeff Hughes in the GMC on the left-hand side of the racetrack. He is in 3rd place, actually 2nd place as of yesterday. And the Rotson in the right-hand side, once again, this is my surprise face, the Rotson broke. So if you were drinking at home, take a shot. Drivers in the pits, if you can hear my voice and you want to make another pass, you should probably start making your way to the lanes if you're still here trying to have another attempt at this racetrack. The Rotson is doing the parade of shame down the big end of the racetrack and vacating the premises. It looks like it did not mark its territory, and we're going to get to race in action. As soon as the Rotson gets off the big end of the racetrack, we're going to go back to racing action with Don Flanders on the left-hand side. Currently your leader in DYO. That's dial your own. That's kind of our poker run. I'm trying to maintain consistency here. So far, over 2 days, She has been on it. And Dawn is going to be facing off against Tommy Rosema in the right-hand side of the racetrack with the S13 that somehow has escaped a life of drifting into walls and barriers at the hands of the drift crowd. It's also one of the few that has not been LS swapped in the world. We're clearing some debris off the big end of the racetrack before we get back to action. We are back in business. That's going to bring up Tommy Rosema on the right-hand side of the little S13. And Don Flanders on the left side of the purple pickup truck. Traction's never been an issue for Flanders on the left-hand side. If you look at the back bumper on it, it's made out of, I'm not sure what this chain came off of, but it is substantial in weight. But Flanders sitting number one right now in Dial Your Own. And Tommy Rosema on the right side making all the JDM fanboys go wild with the noises that comes out of that thing. Tommy Rosema, right-hand side of the racetrack in the S13 Nissan 240. Oh, and showing us where the rev limiter is and all the fire. And Tommy's going to try again as he's going to watch Flanders on the left-hand side. Flanders goes for the 8 mile at 8.995. As Rosema goes 6.90 with a 9 at 105. And that is substantially quicker than Flanders wants to go. As nice as it is to get a new PB, that is going to push her way outside of her comfort zone as far as consistency goes. I think she is either going to come back around or hand in one of her earlier time slips. But the lanes are getting thin here. And left side of the racetrack in the unlimited entry is Chris Vickers with the S550. And the third generation Camaro on the right side is going to walk away as Vickers goes 6.67 to the 60 foot for the Mustang on the left hand side. Right side of the racetrack goes 8.36. At 87 miles an hour, and I've just been informed that the left-hand side of the racetrack, that is not Chris Vickers, that is Jeremy Tapscott, which explains why it is substantially slower than it was before. Can somebody please text Jeremy Tapscott and tell him it's the pedal on the right-hand side? Coming up next, we got Cole Galloway on the right side of the track with that beautiful green Fox body. He's going to go up against the C7 Z06 of Chet MacArthur. Supercharged LT power, left side. And MacArthur on the left side with the C7 is rolling in. Galloway following suit. Deep stage for MacArthur. Bold strategy. See how it works. Doesn't work out in his favor on the reaction time side. Goes 183 to 60 foot for the C7. And 733 at 95. And right hand side goes 841 at 81 miles an hour. Charles Tucker, the right side of the racetrack, going up against Jennifer Rudisil. Glad to see her sticking around on the left side in the Trans Am, as your Firebird is not a Trans Am. And a couple of power adder battlers going, that's a terrible way to describe that, but Jennifer Rudisil is going to go back into the sixes again at 661 at 105 miles an hour. Smelling slightly of skunk after the one that she ran over earlier this week. We're glad to see her sticking it out and pushing the way through here. Back up again is Ricky Russell. And Ricky Russell in the left-hand side with the S10 Blazer taking on Francis Thomas in the XJ Cherokee right side. And Thomas has been playing the game of repetition, trying to come up here and make as many passes and collect as many time slips as he can to turn the most consistent hand that he can, and it's been paying off. He's sitting number 4 overall right now in Dial Your Own. And he's going to go through 10.97.5, which he's been looking at 10.99 throughout the week. So it's a little quicker than he probably would like to see. So we'll see whether he's going to turn that in or not. Coming up again, Yvonne Hutchins in the left-hand side with the SS. She's going to be going up against the tailgate entry. That's a daily driver entry. That's Ben Marchetto in the regular cab short bed Silverado, right-hand side. Marchetto in the Silverado sitting 3rd place right now. And yesterday had a little bit of a scary on-track incident to see if he can hold it together and not point it at the wall. And he does. And he goes through 6:14 at 117 miles an hour for the Silverado. And Yvonne Hutchins on the left-hand side of the racetrack goes 781 with a 9 at 89 miles an hour. And the big truck runs it all the way out the back door and goes 10:11 at 100.25. And our tiny tire entry, back up here one more time. That's Miles Jacob in the right-hand side with the El Camino. Trying to get a hold of this racetrack because he couldn't quite get the bite he was looking for earlier. And the left side of the racetrack, the 56 Chevrolet of Stacy Batson back up again. Miles Jacob looking for something in the low 5s here. Went a 5.204 yesterday. And not going to get a hold of it right now. And he's going to watch Stacy Batson from the backside. Batson goes 7.645 on the left-hand side of the 56 Chevy. And the El Camino goes 6.89 on the left side. Adam Green back up here one more time. Green's sitting number 3 right now, and he's again playing the game of numbers, trying to put up as many runs as he can to put together the best time slip, figure out which one's going to be the nicest one to turn in. Taking up against Ryan Morris, left side of the track in the gray S550 Mustang. Morris has ran a handful of 6.33 yesterday, or excuse me, on day 1, and went 6.29 with a 6 yesterday. They would love to continue the trend of pushing this further into the 6s. But he's a little off the pace, goes 6.6 with a 5 at 99 miles an hour for the Mustang. And Green goes 7.56 with a 1. Nanner putting back up here once again. Having trouble spooling the big boat. And Nanner putting off the line is going to go 190 to the 60 foot, and same story as before. It sounds like it's just not quite built and boost the way it should, but it's going to go 8.498 at 98 miles an hour. It went 100 miles an hour to the 8th yesterday, so it started to show a little bit of promise. If they can put this thing together and get some passes, listen, it's a substantial improvement from when that car was first built, because I know how painfully slow it used to be, because I haven't driven it at one point in time. It's not to say they got sold a bad car. There's not bad cars. They're like dogs. There's no bad dogs. There's just bad owners. And this one had a bad owner. I'm saying that with love, because the bad owner is my best friend. And lighting the sky ablaze is Aaron White in the right side with the orange Fox. And White's going to go 6.985 at 101 miles an hour to the right side. And the third-gen Camaro back up once more at 984 at 60 miles an hour for Johns. And some of our dial your own racers, the racers that have stuck around, are taking full advantage of empty lanes and a hot track and a good racing surface, and they're putting in the numbers right now. That was Ryan Morris up once again. Goes 6:25. You got 7 minutes, racers. 7 minutes left before these staging lanes are closed, and we're done. 7 minutes. And I see our 2 tiny tire entries still sticking around here trying to get something. Well, they're trying to hold on to first place. Now I think they would just settle for something that will keep them in contention or even in close to striking distance. And I'm talking, of course, about Jim Treadle with the Firebird. Had transmission issues. Then came back up here for another attempt at it, was pushed back off the line for continuing to leak fluid, and he's back in the lanes again to try this one more time. Miles Jacob in the El Camino is in the lanes as well. Hasn't been able to move hardly a couple inches before this thing kicks the tires off. That's the challenge here on these little tiny tires. 8.5-inch slick, 26 inches in diameter, 235 millimeters in width for those of you who don't live in a country that landed on the moon. Directly behind them, Yvonne Hutchins in the SS, trying to get a time slip that can close the spread on her average and push her further up the ladder and dial your own. And she's directly in front of Adam Green with the Camaro up here to make another pass. This is the fun part about the dial your own stuff, is that it encourages racers to come back up here and make hit after hit at the track. You don't get discouraged by breaking out because there's no such thing as a breakout. It's up to you what you want to turn in. You're just trying to make the best average you possibly can. And that encourages hot lap-like behaviors that we see exhibited today. Flanders coming back up here, your leader in dial your own. She's trying to hold on to that 3,000 that she's got. And looking out here, see the Rotson.
I can hear you. Can you please close the
Pits, attention to the pits. Staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are now closed. And what we have in the lanes is what we are going to run out, and this is going to complete us here at Southeast Street and Yeet at Shady Side. I apologize. Shady Side was yesterday, it was the day before yesterday, and then tomorrow. We are here at Carolina Dragway, the House of Hook. But you can feel the tension in the air as the 235 entries of Treadle and Jacobs. Treadle and Jacobs waiting in the lanes to try to put a pass together to save their week. They've been trying to tune on a small tire to a track in ever-changing conditions. It was 70 degrees and sunny earlier today. Now the sun has set, and hoodies are coming out. So it's anybody's guess as to whether or not these cars are going to make it down the racetrack. If Treadle can put something together, he could hold on to first place. If not, he's at risk of Anthony Harville coming around him. Aaron Shaden in the Fairmont has already changed over. I believe he's hit the road, because he put up a pass that would solidify his first place. But unless Treadle can get something low into the 5s, maybe even a 4, he might find himself falling out of first place. He's probably sitting in the car right now hearing every word I'm saying, like, did this dude shut up? We get it. It's all on riding on this. As if I wasn't nervous enough. big dumb idiot in the tower keeps talking about. All right, I'll move on. The Rotson has about 2 more minutes left on the portable car hoist before Robert Hernandez hopefully kicks it off and makes his way back to California. That's not to say that we want Robert to leave. I would just like to see the Rotson kick off the back of that thing and fall, obviously. I see somebody holding a light under the Rotson. Can you blink the light at the tower? Blink it 2 times if it's an axle, 3 times if it's worse. 2 times. So the flashlight flashes confirm that the Rotson has fragged yet another axle. It looks like the welded one might not have held up very well. And rounding out, we're going to finish up here. We got 1 pair of cars. We're going to have 3 single runs. And here we go, drivers, bring them on. We're getting the sign from the water box to let's do some burnouts. Alexa, play race car noises. And Miles Jacob, right-hand side of the racetrack, your tiny tire entry. Looking for something in the low 520s. Wyvonda Hutchins looking for another 755 or a 56. Jacobs and lining up and in there, pre-stage, fully staged, waiting on Wyvonda Hutchins left-hand side. Jacobs going to spool it up. 1-2-0 with a 7, and Jacobs going to put together the pass. Goes 5:09 with an 8 at 137 miles per hour, and that has the potential to move him up the ladder. And he's going to follow Anthony Harville. And is he going to be able to jump over and frog leap Jim Treadle? Treadle sitting in the back. It's got to be a bittersweet moment for Treadle, looking over there going, well, one, it's great that it took the power because that means the track is there for a good performance. However, it's not what he wanted to see out of his competitor. It gives you hope, but it also kind of takes it away, a little bit of the wind out of your sails. Green on the left-hand side of the F-body. Goes 7.499 at 91 miles per hour. And Don Flanders, left side. Up here again, trying to see if she can get it. Look for a 918. She's looking for 918 something. And I don't think that's going to get it for her. She goes 10-4 with a 7. And it all comes down to this on the right-hand side. Jim Treadle has had a roller coaster of a day. Treadle had a bad pass earlier in the day and unknowingly emptied the entire contents of the transmission onto the track here, unbeknownst to him, due to a transmission line blowing off. They put it on the portable car hoist, they got it patched up, came back up here to try it again, and it leaked onto the track. Treadle is sitting in the #1 spot coming into today, and now he is just trying to get something that he can turn in. And the Yoda of Tiny Tire, Devin Vanderhoof, on the starting line, helping Mr. Treadle line up. I say that because the Fox body, known as Big Earn, Devin's former car, has the current record for Tiny Tire, a 235 radial in drag and drive trim. There's a few cars I know in the being built to try to topple that record. Right now, Jim Treadle's not thinking about records. He's just thinking about one thing, and that is getting off of this starting line and getting safely down this racetrack and getting onto Shady Side tomorrow, and hopefully holding on to #1. Can he do it here? And unfortunately, he is not going to do it. 180 to the 60 foot, and you can hear it just popping and banging. And Treadle is going to go through at 10-0 with a 3 at 55 miles an hour, and that's going to round us out here at the House of Hook at Carolina Dragway. Thank you very much for everybody here at Southeast Street Heat, presented by Motion Raceworks and the live feed at Spoold Media. We appreciate everybody tuning in and coming out here. And thank you so much to Carolina Dragway for hosting us. And we'll see all of you guys tomorrow as we wrap up Southeast Street Heat at Shady Side. Once again, thanks again for everybody coming out, and thank you for tuning in on the live feed. My name's Rye, and from all of us here at Southeast Street Heat and Carolina Dragway, good night.